Hello, good morning, everybody. Please, if you can hear me, kindly say hello on the chat. All right. Very sorry for the little delay. Please, just a minute. Let me just share my screen and then share one of the things. All right. Good morning once again, everybody. All right, it's a beautiful Friday morning. Trusting that we've had a very wonderful and beautiful day, beautiful week so far. And I believe many of us have been making money, doing well in the market. I know for those whose experience seems otherwise, don't worry, today will be a compensation, and then it will be a time that you laugh and say, okay, it's good that you engage the market. All right. So far, let's just look at how the market fared this week before we take our journey, and then look into the charts and see how we can take some entry, save entry positions. Okay. All right. On Monday, usually Monday we usually have a very quiet market, bank holidays and the likes. Okay, so these are we had bank holiday in the US and then Canada. And then every other news that came out were low impact news. They were low impact news with uh they were low impact news. Okay. Um, all right. Okay. I'm seeing no audio. No, I just started speaking actually. All right. Okay, so um uh okay. All right, so let's continue and see what was going on. Now on Tuesday we had a few impact news from the Australian region. And then Wednesday, we had the GDP from the Australian region as well. Then news from the Canadian region and the US also drove in some volatility into the market. All right. And then yesterday, we had this news, the unemployment claims that still came out good, at least for the dollar. Somehow, we saw that we had a plummeting experience in US 100 a bit before it went back. But today we will look at how the market has fared. And I should also say this. Um, taking trades. My clients, I would always say to them, taking trades require having good knowledge, having good capital, and engaging well-trained discipline. Have good knowledge. Knowledge will guide you and give you direction. Capital will give you stability in the market. As a matter of fact, most of the trades that people lose, most of the trades that people lose, it is more of not having enough capital than entering bad trades. When you have sufficient capital, trades would usually go back in your direction. All right. So have good knowledge, have good capital, and then have discipline. When you have knowledge, when you have capital, you make profits, but discipline will help you to achieve consistency. All right, I just thought to say that. So before we go into our chart, all right. So let's look at the chart now. Okay, I think I'll go with US index first. You know, US index is closing on a weekly gain. It's closing on a weekly gain. Look at it this week. I'm on a weekly time frame. It is closing on a weekly. Thank you for the advice. All right, for the comment rather. All right. So US index is closing on a weekly gain, meaning that it did well so far. From Monday, if you check it on daily time frame, check it on daily time frame. See, look at the candles for each day. Today, yesterday, 3 days ago. Look at it. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So it has been uptrend. It has been uptrend. It is closing well. It's a good one. It's a good one for the US index, and that's why we saw that even gold that peaked last week. Gold did well somehow last week. So even gold that did well last week has not been able to sustain the momentum. This was last week. This was this week. You understand? It was not able to sustain the momentum, and it had a two-week rally, only for it to be restricted this week because of the strength that we saw in dollar. All right. So let us just look at what we can do. Let's look at what we can do, and everything that I will be saying today will not be the only possible entries for you. You know, each time I've come here, I've always told us that the things that we do is just to show us one of the possibilities. There are several possibilities, things that one could do as well to make money in the market. So as I'll be giving you entries, I will also be mentioning some other possibilities that you could as well take advantage of to make money in this market. All right. Okay, so now back to US index. US index has been doing well this week, but it's just that it got to this item and was restricted yesterday. All right. So, but then if you ask me what will it be doing again today, I will still be saying that we might still look for opportunity for US index to say push up. All right, but it's being restricted by this dynamic moving average. My 14-period moving average here is being restricted by it, but you still have the chance of moving upward and then to go ahead and test the weak resistance that we are seeing here. So if you are going to draw a resistance here, okay, definitely there is a resistance here. Definitely there is a resistance here. All right. Okay, so we if you want to take a buy, take a buy on US index, I would just say you go in for a buy stop above this resistance I just drew at anywhere from 104.960 and take it all the way to the weak resistance. It will be a good way for you to make money anywhere. So anywhere from this region, you can go ahead, just follow it all the way through. You can go in from here and take your profits around the week resistance. All right. So it's a good way for you to go in for US index and make your money on the index today. All right. All right. So alternatively, if you are looking at going for a sell, just going below the this verified support that you are seeing here. Meanwhile, you know, I said earlier, I said I will be giving us some other possibilities that you can take advantage of to make money in the market. And that's the fact that if you look at it, you know, the last time I came here, I gave us more of sell limit, buy limit, sell limit, buy limit. And I believe any of us took advantage of it because I was doing a follow-up later. Market really went in that direction. Before, forgive me. Did I mention this? Did I mention that today, Friday, we do not have what's it called? Much high impact news, except the one coming out at 1:30 from the Canadian region, unemployment change and unemployment rate. So we might still be taking trades technically as well today. must be taking trades technically as well today, up to 1:30, up to 1:30 when we have news from the Canadian region. All right. So that's why I'm going to look at it technically as well. I might be also showing us some limit orders as well that you might take advantage of. It's something that you will find interesting and give you good profit in the market. All right. So now I said that to say, why did I say that? I said that to say, look at it now. Price is being restricted by this 40 period moving average. You understand me? Should price even break above it and get to this region? You look at it today. This is today. All right. I'm on one time frame. This is today now. When price got here, it was rejected. It got here, rejected as well. It's been ranging since. The possibility is there that price might come to test this place again and be rejected as well. So you might want to also consider looking at a sell limit around this region. You understand me? Though what I'm giving you today is a buy stop. You understand me? But you can also factor into the equation the possibility of you engaging a sell limit around this region, pending the time that we have the news from the Canadian region at 1:30 p.m. You understand me? But before that, you might want to also look at possibility of taking a sell limit from this region. Imagine me having taken a buy limit from this place. You understand? You know this this Fibo contour that you can see here. That's this trend line. This quick flip contour. You understand? Now, imagine me having taken a trade on this a buy limit. You know, I will be in some profit by now. You understand? Instead of me just waiting for a sell stop. You understand me? A sell stop will be imminent at the end of the day. You understand? Because news is coming out, it's going to affect the US index as well. You understand me? All right. So, but pending the time, I don't know if am I making sense to us? Am I making sense to us? So pending the time, that we have that news, we can just take advantage of buy limit and sell limit. You understand me? It's not just to agree your buy and sell stop, and you must be able to also exercise patience. You know, we trade on 1 hour, 1 hour. It is still an credit position. You must be able to exercise patience, allow trades to go up well. So, if you are looking at taking immediate entries and making profits quickly, that is when you go on lower time frame to make the money. All right. So for a sell stop, I said I was going to give you a sell stop. So you must have the gift of patience. So for a sell stop, I will go below this 23.6 fib level, anywhere from this region. I'll go in here for a sell stop and I'll go for a sell stop around the price region of okay, 104.653, 104.653. I'll go below the 23.6 fib level and then just have my profit below before the next support at around the 104.540. But then you have enough space to trade in between zone. A sell limit will be in order here, while a buy limit will be in order here. I believe we got that. Okay. Somebody is asking me. But if you don't know how USD IDS, you should have it. You should have it. Just search on your if you are on your phone, go to your quotes, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, and then just search USD IDX. You will find it. USD IDX, you find it. Okay. All right. Then somebody's asking the difference between buy stop and buy limits. Oh, well, this is not for training classes, for analysis, but let me just quickly chip it in. Now, buy limit allows you to take a buy when price has gone down below a particular price level, meaning that price will first sell. That is when we first sell first before you go in for a buy. But a buy stop will allow price to go up first, break above a resistance region before you go in for a buy. Meaning price will first buy before you then go for a further buy. So the difference is that for buy stop, it buys first before you go in for a buy. It's a buy limit, it sells first before you then go in for a buy. Do you understand? So price goes down. That means for a buy limit, you buy at a lower price. For a buy stop, you buy at a higher price. Do you understand? 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. All right. I think we can continue now. Okay, I believe we got the entries for the um US index. Okay, so let's go for the let's look at Euro USD. Let's look at Euro USD. All right. Okay. Now, because of the strength that we've seen so far in the dollar, euro has been responding, of course, to heat, and that's why you see that the converse of what you see on US index chart is what you find on the euro. So the converse is what you find. All right. So you look at it now on daily time frame. It has not been a good good one for the euro this week. And remember, even China is still not yet doing well. They are still struggling economic wise. And remember, China is one of the major receiver of products from the euro. Right. So if China is not doing well, it bears impact on whatever is happening in the eurozone. Okay. So that said, so let's look at Euro USD. Euro USD. Now Euro USD also still has the opportunity to also see trades, at least to see test this support before pushing back upward. See has chance of testing the support. Okay, I'm on daily time frame. Don't let me use data time frame to analyze it. Let me go on 1 hour. Okay. All right. Okay. No, it's what I feel. To those of us who joined the currency trading strategy on Wednesday, it should be Wednesday, right? On Wednesday, we must have learned one or two things, that when you see engulfing candles, it's time for you to go in for a buy. If you see engulfing candle, a bullish engulfing candle formed at a support, it's time to go in for a buy. You'll find a bearish engulfing candle at a resistance, it's time to go in for a sell. Like we had there, like we had there, it sold. Now, then this one, though not a perfect bullish engulfing candle, but if you see look at it, market still went all the way from this region to this region to see a good one. Even this one now. Okay, there's no perfect one. Even yeah, though not a perfect one. If you had entered it and you left it, you could still have made money from this region to this region. But remember, it is something that you need to do patiently. All right. So, but I just said that for those who joined it, for those who joined in. All right. Now, obviously, there is a support preventing price from going below this region. There's a support around this region. But should this current candle, though, I would have loved to enter an instant sell. However, there's a support here which may prevent price from going further down. So I will just wait for price to break below this region, and then I can go in for my sell anywhere. I can go in for my sell anywhere from here. You understand? Going for my sell. Use good volume, you make good money. Use good volume. So anywhere from price region of anywhere from price region of 1.07008. 1.07008. I'm going for a sell. And then take it further to the verified support. So on Euro USD, I'm going for a sell anywhere from 1.07008, and then I'll take it all the way to the verified support here, which of course will be where the market will be sent back before we have any nails. Of course, this will also respond to the 230 US opening session. You understand? But pending that time, we'll still see the market trading in between the verified support and the weak resistance we see here. But in between it is this resistance here, but this is a support here. Okay. Please, hope we got that. That for the sell. Hope we got it. Okay. So you can sell from that region, and then you can take your profit before or at the verified resistance support you are seeing here, anywhere from 1.06903, anywhere from that region, anywhere from 1.06903 can be your take profit. 1.06. All right. Okay. I'm seeing people requesting numbers, WhatsApp stuff. Okay, this might not be the appropriate platform for you to be doing that. Right? Please. All right. It might not be the appropriate platform for you to be doing that. Thank you, everybody. Okay. So now, for the TP, I said you can take your profit around 1.06907, 1.06907. That would be a good one. That would be a good one. Now, for your buy entry, I'm going to say to you, I'm going to say to you, for your buy entry, a buy limit will be in order from this point. A buy limit. Let me see it on 30 minutes time and see what's happening there. Okay. Okay. All right. So a buy limit will be in order. A buy limit will be in order once price trades to that zone. A buy limit will be in order anywhere from this region of 1.06942, anywhere from 1.06942. Just initiate a buy limit from that region, or you can just allow price to start going up and then join in with instant buy. But I'm seeing this going for a sell first. You understand? Once it gets down, follow up with a buy. A buy limit from 1.06942 will be in order, and then or you just wait for price to start going up, and then you join the buy buy with an instant execution or market execution, as you would love to call it. All right. Did we get that too? I believe we got that too. Okay. So for the first one, I gave you a sell stop. For the first one, okay, let me quickly address Mr. Arubi Clement. If the person is a brother, you can always read the person via your personal chat or anything. Please don't put it on the chat. We need stronger team to succeed in this business, and that's why we are doing everything possible, providing platform, training and everything. Please. Thank you too. All right. Okay, so I gave you a sell stop. But then for your buy, I said you can follow with a buy with a buy limit. You can follow with a buy limit. Okay. All right. So let me continue. Let's look at another currency. Since we will have news from the Canadian region today, let's look at what's happening there and see how the market. You know the interesting thing. All through yesterday. Well, anyway, US dollar this week it has been trading stronger against the Canadian dollar. This is yesterday, 2 days ago. Okay, this Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. It has been trading stronger against the Canadian dollar. All right, and of course, you know what happened to oil also have effect. It also have effect on the Canadian economy. So it shows on the strength of the Canadian dollar. All right. So somebody is asking me to show engulfing candles, but I thought we joined the class. Okay, let me see an example. Okay, this is an example of an engulfing candle here. You would call this a bullish engulfing candle, because it's a bullish engulfing candle, and then price went up. Now a bearish engulfing candle is the one. Okay, it might not be a perfect one though. It might not be a perfect one. It's not a perfect one, because usually we call it engulfing candle because the next candle swallows almost double the size of the previous one. You get it's almost double the size of the previous one. Meanwhile, you were not only taught an engulfing candle, you were also taught armor and inverted armor. Okay, look at this armor sitting on this support. The next thing that we saw that everything started buying all the way. You understand? So and when you find inverted armor sitting on the support on the resistance as well, like this one now, this inverted armor, you can see it sit on the resistance and then started selling all the way. Okay. So let's look out for opportunities to take a sell. Okay. Now on our 1 hour time frame, I'll be looking to take a sell if price. Let me just map out this area. I'll be looking to take a sell if price break below this area, anywhere from this 1.36583. 1.36583. I'll go in for a sell from 1.36583, and then I'll take my profit, take it all the way to the 38.2 fib level, and that price region will be around the 1.36484 for my take profit. 1.36484 for my take profit around that region. So I'll go in for a buy around for a sell rather. I want 1.36583, and then I'll look at taking my profit around 1.36. Okay. Around 1.36. Let me check it again. I'll look at taking my profit around 1.36484. 1.36484. I think that will do for the sell. Alternatively, should price break above this trend line, the Fibonacci contour down that we can see here, should price break above this region, okay, I'm going to be looking at taking a buy. I'm going to go in for a buy anywhere from this region, and then I'll take it all the way to the verified resistance. Okay, so I'll go in for a buy anywhere from the 1.36737, 1.36737, and then I'll take my profit around 1.36892, 1.36892. Okay. All right. I believe that is also taken. All right. So that is for that. Remember, there are other possibilities. Market will trade in between zones. Market will respect structures before we have the fundamental. So let's ensure we take advantage of it. Okay. And then let's look at GBP USD as well. Let's do GBP USD before we go into the world of commodities, and then we switch to indices market. All right. So okay, like we said, of course, the dollar has been strong this week. As a matter of the data that came out good. Most data that came out good so far came out good for the dollar. They came out good for the dollar. Okay, so one is to just take advantage of it and see how everything ends today. Today will be more of a technical trading day, except for 2:30. Remember, 2:30 is not a fundamental session. It's just the opening session that drives in some level of volatility into the market. So it's not a fundamental session. All right. It is only an opening session where we see some volatility driven into the market. All right. So for GBP USD, we still see some movement, but pending the time, we'll still see trade between this technical resistance and this verified support that we have here. And judging from the way it has been doing so far, definitely there's been sort of a support here. All right, support here, and then of course is a verified support here, and here is a resistance. This technical is a resistance, and then we have another layer of resistance above this place. So what will I do? What am I going to do? I'm going to go in for a sell. Should price trade below this mapped support that I just placed with my horizontal line, I'm going to go in for a sell. Should price trade below So I'm going to go in for a sell around this region, anywhere from the region of 1.24687. 1.24687. I'm going to go in for a sell. 1.24687. And then I will go for my take profit around the price level 1.24413. 1.24413. That will be my take profit. So going around 1.24687 and take my profit around 1.24413. Okay. And again, let me say it again. You know, I will keep saying it. I'll keep saying it. There are other possibilities. What are the other possibilities I'm seeing here? All right. Should this current candle come down to this level and refuses to break below this support, then it's going to head upward again, just going for a buy, joining with a buy. You understand? And take a profit, joining with a buy. Now, should it break below and respect this support, this sell that we have placed, you can just allow it to sell all the way to the verified support and then follow it with a buy or set a buy limit from this region. Set a buy limit for this region. We are trading it technically this moment because there's no fundamental in view from the GBP zone. You understand? And the one coming out is coming out for the Canadian economy. All right. So allow it to sell, break below, then follow it with a buy limit or initiate a buy when price has started going up again. So if you don't want to set a buy limit, you just want to be patient for price to break below it, sell first, and then just follow it with the buy. Did we get this as well? I just want to know if you got this. Before I proceed, did we get it? Okay, I want to assume we got it. All right. Okay. So just for emphasis, I said initiate a sell stop. Okay. All right. Initiate a sell stop around the 1.24687. Then you can have your profit around 1.24413. Now, if price does that and gets to this verified support, be rest assured that it's going to go upward again, trying to go up again. So just follow it with a buy limit, or you just allow price to start buying and then join the buy to make your money. All right. Thank you, everybody. So let's look at gold. Let's look at gold. Yes, I said earlier that this week has not been a good one, and some are closing on a weekly loss. This week, talking about gold as against the 2-week rally that we saw so far last week a week before. So this week, dollar took the upper hand and then pushed gold down. But then I'm still an optimistic person because sincerely, you can always, if you have good money in the market, allow your money to allow trades to run. If you have good money, good capital, allow it to run. Go back in profit. All right. Okay. So, but this week as an intraday position, let's look at what we can do. Let's look at what we can do to make money. But this week, at least today, gold has been doing more of buy today. Today. And look at what is happening. Yeah, gold has been met by resistance here. Gold has been met by a resistance here, and then it's been pushed down. It's been met by a resistance and it's been pushed down. What will I do? Look at it. It has tested each time. The first time it tested this trend line, came down. Tested it has tested it again, and it's trying to come down again. Now, if I were you, the possibilities and then for you to make money in the market are very, very wide than you will think. Okay, now I'm going to give you a sell stop, of course. I'm going to give you a sell stop before I tell you the other possibility for you to make money. A sell stop will be in order around this 1922.85 region. Around this 1922.85 region, a sell stop will be in order and then you can follow it down till you are satisfied that you've made money. You understand me? Then, but you can, if you can take a profit around 1918.00. 1918.00. You can take a profit at 1918.00. You can go in around 1922.85 and then take a profit around 1918.00. 1918.00. All right. Now that is for that. How about you? Imagine you if you are a scalper. You know, in between this region, we are saying here, all this candle, this is 1 hour, so you go 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, about 6-7 hours. So about 6-7 hours today, price has been ranging in between this area. But this is good money. If you go on lower time frame, you won't know that you are sitting on money. Can you see? You are sitting on money. Now, I said that to tell us something. That here will be a good point for you to initiate this point. I'm on 30 minutes here. To be a good point for you to initiate a buy limit. Follow it again. Let it get here. Stop here. Then initiate a sell limit. Follow it down again. Follow it up, follow it down. See, you will make good money. Imagine you've been doing this. Imagine you've been doing this here. Imagine you've been doing this, following with a buy limit or with a sell limit, or you are patient enough to go in for a buy, then going for a sell. Imagine you'll be doing this all this while. You have made money. That's why I said everything we give you, there are other possibilities that will make you make good money. I'm making sense to us. So there are other possibilities that you can engage to make money. Oh, somebody say at the shop I'm like that. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Indicators are work more on laptop. You can only manually set some stuff on your phone. Because indicator works more on laptop. Okay. So, but I just gave us that other possibility so that you can see that you can make money in this market. Let me go back to my 1 hour. All right. Okay. All right. So you can take your profit here. The same thing, but should price then continue to go down the line, and then I'll get here. Of course, a buy limit will be in order. Follow it with a buy. Alternatively, judging it from this region, let me look at for opportunity for a buy stop as well. In between this zone, in between this 1926.94 and the untested resistance, you can see here at 1929.01. You can go in for a buy, stop around 1924. I beg your pardon, rather 1926. Let me shift a bit, please. You can go in for a buy around 1927.24, and then take your profit around the 1929.35. Going for your buy around 1927, a buy stop it is 1927.24, and then take your profit around 1929.35. Okay. I think we are good on gold. Let's look at oil. There has been this buy sentiments in favor of oil as a commodity, and that's because two big powers, Russia and Saudi Arabia, have decided to engage in voluntary cuts in supply all through the year. And somehow we've seen oil rally up to over $91 per barrel. You understand me? Of course, the projection it is possible because so far because the last time we had oil at that $90 per barrel was last year 2022 November. You understand? So for the first time this year, it came up to, and this month it came up to $90 region. That is something that has been holding the price of oil down, and that's the fact that we had, the US president. He has been taken from the oil reserve from the US economy to be cushion the effect all over the world. As a matter of fact, I think the citizens are even lambasting him, not lambasting. They've been complaining that why would you be taking from the resources of your nation to be satisfying other people? Now the US government is now being forced to go into the market to buy oil again, so as to stock their oil storage. So the inventory is low. As a matter of fact, I think as of 2 days ago or yesterday, the projection was that the US oil inventory is expected to be down by 5.5 million barrel. 5.5 million barrel, meaning that they will have to go out there to buy again. Of course, and if you are going out to buy, it will be more expensive. So price of oil will still go up. But the only thing is that it's possible for price of oil to still jump up to, because experts are predicting that it can get to $100 per barrel. It can get to $100 per barrel, but it's just that should price of oil get to $100 per barrel, be ready to go in for a good sell, because you will see it plummeting. Because I know nations will rise, government of nations will rise to start doing something. You see G7, all of them coming together to just do something about that. But should price of oil go up all the way above the 90 region and get to the $100 back, the rest assured that you will see a very plummeting experience in oil. Oil will sell very well. You understand me? But then this morning, I'm still going to be pitching my tents with the bulls this morning, and it has started on down. Although it sold more yesterday than they bought, but it has started on the bullish one to just to do a cover up. Okay, so but then being what it is, what I'm seeing here, I am seeing, oil is more of a fundamental instrument than technical. So I'm always careful giving us a kind of limit orders on it, but that does not mean that it does not respect limit orders. It does not mean that it does not respect. It does. It respects limit orders. It does respect limit orders. It does. All right. So, but then, so if it respects limit orders, so I might be looking for opportunity. Because based on what I'm saying here, and I should also say that, remember, if dollar is too strong, it's not good for oil. It will discourage buyers from other currency, orders of other currency, because it will be expensive. All right. Okay. So if I'm looking out for taking a sell on, let me give you two possible sell entries. First, I will give you a sell stop, and then I'll also give you a sell limit. I think, is that okay? I first give you a sell stop, and I'll also give you a sell limit. So for a sell stop on oil, you can just be ready to go in for a sell around the region of 89.49. 89.49. You can look at taking a sell stop around 89.49, and then you can have your profit. Around 89.33. Around 89.33. 89.49 and around 89.33. Alternatively, because the way it's been going up now, there is a 38.2 fib level where price will still consolidate a bit before price is able to break above it. You understand me? So that means you can look out for a sell limit opportunity. Around this region. A sell limit opportunity around this region of 89.85. 89.85. 89.85. You can look out for a sell limit opportunity around 89.85. It's going to be a good one, 89.85. So now let me say it again. I first gave you a sell entry, a sell stop at 89.49. Take a profit around 89.33. Then you can also look out, should price refuse to go down and keep going up, because price is going to be met with a resistance, a major retracement level, the 38.2 fib level. You can set your sell limit around 89.85. 89.85. And if you want to be careful, just give it a further space. A further space at 89.89. 89.89, and then follow it all the way. Follow it all the way. That's the sell limit. Follow it all the way and take your profits before the 23.6 fib level at around 89.71. 89.71. I believe we got this. Okay. So, and if price is now restricted at that 89.71 and start buying, going for a buy. Join the buy trend. Join the buy trend and make your money there. Join the buy trend and make your money there. All right. Okay, I believe that is good as well. Okay. And I feel like we should also look at UK 100. What do you feel? How many of us take UK 100? How many of us trade UK 100? How many of us take UK 100? Let me see our response. Oh, nobody thinks UK 100 here. Nope. Let me do UK 100. Let me do UK 100, and then let's see. This is on lower time frame. Okay. I'm going to do US 100, but I feel like doing UK 100 too. Let me do UK 100. It is profitable, and you'll be surprised. This is on lower time frame. Let me go on 15 minutes. Go on 15 minutes and see. Okay. Right. Okay. So price has just been ranging, today. So this is what we do. On UK 100, I'm on 15 minutes time frame. All right. So I'm going to be looking at going in for a buy stop, because price has been ranging. I'm going to go in for a buy stop uh, around the region of okay. A buy limit, I beg your pardon. I'm going to go in for a buy limit. For a buy limit at where I'm at 7446.2. A buy limit UK 100 7446.2. 7446.2. I'm going to go in for a buy limit there and then follow it all the way to this untested resistance that we are seeing here. And take my profit at 7464.8. 7464.8. I'll go in at 7446.2 and I'll look at taking my profit at 7464.8. Then I'll follow it with a sell limit. A sell limit from that region as well at 7463.9. A sell limit on UK 100 at 7463.9, 7463.9, and then I'll look at taking my profit at where I took off for a buy limit at 7446.2. 7446.2. 7446.2. I believe we got that as well. That is for UK 100. Okay. Then let's see D30. Let's see D30. You know D30 moves in the morning. And don't mind all my horizontal lines. Okay. All right. So for our D30, if you are looking at going and this one that is buying, if you enter an instant buy, it will still buy. You understand? It will still buy more to this 61.8 fib level. So if you are in there, you can go in for an instant buy all the way to this 61.8 fib level, and instant buy up to 61.8 fib level. If you are fast, you should be making money. And instant buy to the 61.8 fib level, because from that region, it will be pushed down. From this region, it will be pushed down. It will only cross it a bit and then be pushed down as well. Once it gets pushed down, follow it with a sell limit. You can just set a sell limit, set a sell limit around this region. Remember, go for an instant buy, then set a sell limit at 15791.4. 15791.4. Go for an instant buy, then set the sell limit around 15791.4, and then take your profits when you've made good money. Okay. So let's look at US 30. Let's look at US 30. Right. Now, are we advised if you're on US 30, let me see on 30 minutes. I wanted to say you should go in for an instant sell, but let me confirm it. Let me confirm it. Okay. All right. So you can go in for an instant sell. Now, in 15 minutes, you can go in for an instant sell on this index. You can go in for an instant sell on this index. Instant sell on this index. Go in for an instant sell. It has started selling. Instant sell on this index. Go in for an instant sell on this index. Yes. Instant sell. At least you look at taking at least 10-15 pip. You look at taking at least 14 pips. An instant sell will be in order. And it will go more than that. An instant sell will be in order. Go for an instant sell on US 30. an instant sell on US 30. And once it gets to this price region, an instant sell on US 30, then once it gets to the price level 34561, can prepare to go in for a buy. Follow it with the buy, but go for an instant sell. Go for an instant sell on US 30. Go for an instant sell on US 30. An instant sell on US 30. And once it starts coming down, it gets to this 34561 region, can go in for your buy. But an instant sell on US 30 will be in order. An instant sell on US 30 will be in order. Okay. We must have done okay. Oh, 6, 8. Let's just do 2 more, and then let's see US 100. Okay. Let's hit on 30 minutes time frame, and then we call it a day. Then we call it a day. Please, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. All right, so I'm on 30 minutes time frame. So let's look at how we can make the money, and then we call it a day. All right. So for your buy entry, I would just say going for your buy stop, going for a buy stop. Going for a buy stop if price trades above 15347.72. 15347.72. 15347.72, and then you can take your profit all the way around anywhere before the next resistance, but you can take it around 15374.31. Going for a buy at 15347.72, and then take your profit at 15372.75. Okay. Now for a sell stop, going below this 30.2 level at 15296.17, 15296.17, and take your profit at 15280.86, 15280.86, 15280.86. All right. Okay, that's taken. Let's just do one more. And then we call it a day. Maybe I should just say US 2000. Maybe I just say US 2000. 2000. Okay. US 2000. Okay, this is 5 minutes. For those who understand 5 minutes time frame, this will be a good opportunity to just go in for instant sell. This is on 5. This is for quick. Those who are fast. This is for those who are fast. But is my chart updated? Let me confirm. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. It is. So for those who are fast, instant sell. This is on 5 minutes time frame. Instant sell will give you good money for those who are fast, because this country is going to close in 2 minutes time. It's going to close in 2 minutes time. But for those who are fast, instant sell on 5 minutes. That's not what I'm going to give you, but I will. I just thought for those who are fast, instant sell will give you good money here. But let me look at it on 30 minutes time frame before I give us our entry. For those who are fast, however, instant sell will give you good money. Okay. So price has been trading in between this untested support and the weak resistance and the support that we have here. This untested support and the resistance we have here. So if you are going to look at taking or going for a buy, so if you are looking at going for a buy, now I'm going to ask us to please allow this sell for whoever has entered the sell should be making money now. If you have entered the sell, you should be making money now on this what's it called instrument. You should be making on this index. You should be making money now if you have entered a sell. All right, but then obviously this 30.2 fib level is serving as a support. So I'm going to ask us, please, the moment this candle Once you made your good money, please exit the sell. Once you make good money, exit the sell, because it will be mitigated against. The moment this sell is selling now, but the moment you've made your good money, just exit it. It's selling now, but the moment you've made your money, just exit it, because it will soon start buying. The highest it will do is to test this people control that you're seeing here. Is to test it and then be pushed off again. So if I were you, I'm going to set a buy limit around this region. I'm going to set a buy limit around this region. It's going to test this trend line. I'm going to set the buy limit around this region, and then around 1859.0, 1859.0, and I'm going to follow, set the buy limit there. Or once it starts buying, I'm going to follow it with the buy straight. All right, but you're going to test. It's almost testing it. Someone testing it. Okay, it has tested it. You're going to start buying any moment from now. Any moment from now, you're going to start buying. I'm going to just go in for a buy. Once it starts buying where the buy has been established, I'm going to go in for a buy. So I said I will set a buy limit at 1859.0, a buy limit which must have triggered wherever I set it. Now it's going to be pushed back, and it's getting pushed back now. I'm going to be pushed back. I'm going to go in for a buy. And personally, I'm going to enter a buy now. Although it's still selling, but I'm going to go in for a buy right where it is now. I'm going to go in for a buy right where it is now. Follow it all the way up. I'm going to go in for a buy right where it is now. I'm going to go in for a buy right where it is now. I'm going to go in for a buy right where it is now, because it's going to be pushed, it's going to be restricted and then be pushed up. I'm going to go in for an instant buy right where it is now. If anybody has entered a sell, if anybody has entered the sell, you should be in profits. Oh, somebody said, D30 is in minus. Let me see the D30. Just allow it. It's going to test this what's it called, this quick flip counter up, this trend line you are seeing here. You're going to test it. It's tested this, pushed up, tested this, pushed up, tested it. So you're going to go up again. You're going to test it. So patience is the language. This is 30 minutes time frame. All right. So I believe we've learned one or two things, or we've got one or two things. Like I said, everything we give you is not the only thing that will give you money. There are other possibilities. There are other possibilities in the market that make for profitability. It's a wonderful morning. Let's have a very wonderful and peaceful experience today. If you don't have enough capital in your account, please put in good capital. Remember what I started with: have good knowledge, have good capital, and then engage your discipline. You do well in the market. Good morning once again, everybody, and let's have a very wonderful weekend.
All right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the little delay. I had a little bit of technical issue. All right, so let's quickly dive into it. We've lost a whole lot of time, and it's almost 2:30. Right, live trading session. The US session will be opening very soon. So if you notice, the market has actually been very quiet. The market has actually been very quiet today, and we don't really have any high impact news on the USD. Right, so we're most likely going to be looking at the market technically, right? We're going to be looking at the market technically. So starting on the first instrument, we'll be looking at the dollar index, USD IDX, right? So for USD IDX, the dollar has actually been gaining a little bit of boost for a while now, right? You could see this consistent uptrend on the dollar. If you look at it on a 1 hour time frame, you could see this consistent uptrend, right? And since there's been no news, most likely the dollar might still continue to gain strength, right? Most likely the dollar might still continue to gain strength. So, but since we are going to be looking at the market technically, right, there's no news backing up the dollar at this point in time, right? So despite the fact that the dollar is still going to gain strength, I propose that the market might, the price might actually hit this resistance point and then retrace. So you might see price still get rejected from this point. So at this point here, I think price has been rejected. Let's see. Let's go to a 4 hour time frame. Okay, and shrink down a bit. So price has actually been rejected here before. This is, I think this is the second test count of price at this particular point. So most likely price will dance around this point. And since there's no fundamental news, so what I'd be expecting is I'd be looking out for a sell limit at the top here. So you could have a sell limit at price level. You could put your sell limit at price level, bring it down so that price triggers that my sell limit and then start coming back down. So you could put your sell limit at price level 105.078, right? 105.078. You could have your sell limit at around that point, or you could move it up a little bit. So somewhere around this point would be a good point for your sell limit. Let's go to a smaller time frame. Okay, even on a 5 minutes time frame also, yes. So if you're looking at it on a 5 minutes time frame, you'll see that this rejection point here still holds. So 105.110, you could have your sell limit at around that point, expecting that once price hits that point, it starts coming back down from there. So most likely, like I said, it's going to be trading technically. So two ways is either you put a sell limit at around this point, trying to catch a longer trade from now till the close of the market today. So if you have a sell limit on this USD IDX at around this point, you will be having a longer trade, which is most likely going to be more profitable. But if you're going to be scalping on USD IDX, you could kick it, you could do an instant buy, right? If you're going to be entering an instant or scalping the market, you could scalp an instant buy up to the resistance point, right? Because it's still going to push up to this resistance point before it starts falling off. So if you're looking for a longer trade, right, you're looking at taking a sell limit at the top here, but you could key into a buy trade at this point in time, because if you look at the last candle that was formed here, you have a bullish engulfing, right? You have a bullish engulfing at this point here. And then most likely, once this price closes bullish, right, once this candle actually closes bullish, you still get a further buy run. So an instant buy, if you're going to be scalping or if you're going to be taking very short trades, instant buy up to the resistance at the point here. So that's for USD IDX. That's for USD IDX. For GBP USD, of course, everything is actually moving in favor of the dollar at this point, right? So looking at it technically also, GBP USD this is on a daily time frame. You've been seeing this major slump, like I said, as a result of the strength of the dollar. You've been seeing this major slump in price. But let's go to a smaller time frame to get good entries. Right, on a smaller time frame, you could see price has gotten to a support point here. This is on a 1 hour time frame, right? Price got rejected at this support, and it has come here to give a second test count, right, from this point. So I'd like to go to a 15 minutes time frame to see if we'll get clearer entries on GBP USD. Okay, I'll zoom in a little bit. So GBP USD has actually been ranging in between this region and here. And there's most likely, okay, so if you're looking at it, price actually hits off this resistance point. There's a little bit of a resistance at around here where price got rejected, right? That place used to be a support for price. See price being supported at this point here. Price being supported at this point here. And if you check your RSI, so GBP actually has a dicey chart, right? If you check your RSI is still in between your overbought and your oversold region. So there's still possibility for price to either move up or move down. So because price has actually been ranging, right? I'm going to do a breakout instead. I'm going to be looking out for a breakout instead. I wouldn't want to trade in between. Looking at it, I wouldn't want to trade in between this point here. It will be dicey. Let's go, and of course it's currency pair. So even if you're going to a smaller time frame, you most likely wouldn't be making much, except you're using a highly ridiculous lot size, right? You wouldn't be making much. So I'd want price to break either above or below this point before I go in for my entry, right? So since it's the okay, so what I'll do is I'll be going in for a buy if price breaks above 1 point. I'll go in for a buy if price breaks above 1.24852, right? I'll go in for a buy if price breaks above price level 1.24852, 1.24852. Once price goes above that point, I could go in for a buy. I have my take profits at the previous high, right? At the previous high. So before the tip of the previous high, I have my take profit at 1.24926, 1.24926. Then alternatively, if the breakout is going to be bearish, right? But most likely I'm seeing more of a bullish breakout, because if you check it, this previous candle, you could see that there's a lot of sellers pressure. There's a lot of buyers pressure. Look at the last candle that formed now. We had a lot of buyers rejection in the market. So that's what gave us this week on the previous candle. So most likely you might get a bullish breakout rather than a bearish breakout. But should you get a bearish breakout, you'd want to go in for a sell below price level 1.24738, then have your take profit at 1.24671. So you have your take profit for the sell. But my preference on this one is actually going to be a buy. So looking at the previous candle, indicating that there is a lot of buyers pressure in the market at this particular point in time, right? So the next this thing we're looking at is Euro USD. So same thing for Euro USD. We actually have this. Let's look at it on a daily, on a 1 hour time frame. On a 1 hour time frame, like I said, the market has been quiet because there've been no fundamental news and price has been ranging, right? Even my RSI has been having price in the middle here. So we've been having a ranging market. So in between this ranging market, I think there's still good opportunities for us to buy here, right? So if you look closely, right? If you look closely, you see that you have what we call a spinning top, right? You have what we call a spinning top here, right? Let me see if I can let me see, insert object shapes and add okay, let me see shapes. All right, so you could see that we have what we call a spinning top here. This is my spinning top at this point, right? And it gave me a bullish confirmation candle. So a spinning top with a bullish confirmation candle indicates that price is most likely going to buy. Let me zoom that out a little bit so you see that much more clearly. So my spinning top at this point here with my bullish confirmation candle, right? So that's a confirmation for a buy. So I'm expecting that, and you know that happened at a support zone. So despite the fact that price is actually going to buy, despite the fact that price is actually selling at the moment, I'm sticking out my neck for a buy. So you could decide to go in for an instant buy up until you have the take profit at before price level 1.07289. Don't forget, we're looking at it technically, right? Technically, since there is no major fundamental moving the market. Since there is no major fundamental moving the market, I'm looking at my entries technically. So I'm going to be going in for a buy. I'm going to be going in for a buy, having this spinning top with my bullish confirmation candle, right? So it's now bullish set. So if you're going in for a buy, you most likely would be maybe halfway into your profit by now. So going for a buy, have your take profits before, so you could bring your take profit down before the previous high at price level 1.07228, 1.07228, right? 1.07228. So have your take profit at that point. So you could put your stop loss below this support, below the support. Put your stop loss below this support at price level 1.06848. 1.06848. You could have your stop loss at around that point. But my preference on Euro USD is just going to be a buy, looking at it technically, looking at what the chart is doing technically. So let's look at USD JPY, right? Let's look at USD JPY. For USD JPY, price has actually been buying for a while. So if you're not able to key into, this is on a 15 minutes time frame. If you're not able to key into that buy, I don't think entering a further buy at this point will be a wise thing to do. So most likely price might actually get to this point and be rejected, right? So you want to be prepared by putting a sell limit, right? You want to put a sell limit, right? If you put your sell limit at price level 147.728, put a sell limit. So what that sell limit will ensure is that once price gets to that point, it gets rejected, triggers your sell and start coming back down, right? Then you have your take profits, right, before the next support. So you have this support at around this point. So you could have your take profits at that. Let's bring this down a little bit before the next support. So I'm going to be having my take profit at price level 147.526. So you could have your sell limit anywhere around here, right? Sell limit, or you could do an instant sell though. You could even do an instant sell, right? You could do an instant sell, right? You could do an instant sell. So you could do an instant sell, right? So that's a sell, expecting that price is actually going to fall, down to this point. Price is actually going to fall down to this point. So you could have your stop loss above that resistance point. You could have your stop loss above that resistance point at price level 147.791. 147.791. You could have your stop loss around that point, or you could decide to move it above this above the previous resistance, above the next resistance, rather above the next resistance at the top here. So that's determinant on you, and how much you're looking at risking. Don't forget, these are currency pairs. So if you're going to be taking good advantage of it, you should be using a reasonable amount of lot size. So that, and also looking at my stochastic here, I have my stochastic on this chart, right, on USD JPY. You can see that price has actually comfortably approached my overbought region, right? Price has comfortably approached my overbought region here. So what I'm going to be expecting is, once price gets to this overbought region, every buy opportunities at that point in time wouldn't be what you'll be considering. I'll be considering more of a sell, because from this overbought region, you'll be getting a free fall back to your oversold region, or maybe halfway down your stochastic levels, right? At least halfway down your stochastic level. So it's still all pointing to a sell on USD JPY technically, all pointing to a sell on USD JPY technically. I think the same thing is actually going to play out on USD CHF, right? So for USD CHF, so this is USD CHF. So this is USD CHF, right? So for USD CHF, you have this price has actually gotten to your resistance point at the top here. Price has gotten to your resistance at the top here, right? And looking at my RSI here, I have my RSI. Price is approaching my overbought region. For those that are familiar with the stochastic and the RSI levels, you have your overbought and your oversold region. So I'm no longer expecting a buy, because if you look at it, price has actually been buying for the past 3 hours now, right? So I think this would be a time for price to actually relapse. This is on a 15 minutes time frame. So I'm looking at price actually relapsing So I'm expecting a retracement from this point. So you could have a sell limit also on this particular chart. You could have a sell limit, have your sell limit at around 0.892, 0.89286, 0.89286. You could have your sell limit at around that point, expecting that once price gets to that point, it triggers your sell. And once it starts coming back down, I mean, by the time price will be approaching that price level, it should have comfortably gotten above your overbought region, right? So by the time price is approaching that level, it should have comfortably gotten to your overbought region. So from your overbought region, of course, you'll be expecting a sell. So that's still in order for a sell technically, right? So of course, you can have your stop loss above the next resistance at the top here. You can have your stop loss above the next resistance at the top here at price level 0.89, 0.89369, 0.89369, right? 0.89369. You could have your stop loss at around that point. And then you could decide to, of course, your take profit to be before the support, all the way down to the next notable support. We have a support around here, but most likely, if price is going to be rejected at this resistance point, that force should be enough to bring price below that point, right? So the rejection from here should be enough to bring price below that point, at least down to this level, at least back down to this level where it started off, right? Back down to this level where it started off. So all the way down here, I have my take profit at around 0.89082, right? Have my take profit around that point. So it shouldn't necessarily be on that point. It could be before that point, right? So to ensure that price actually hits your take profit before it gets to that rejection point, and in a scenario where it doesn't fully get to that rejection point, you know that it has hit your take profit and you are already out of the market. You're already out of the market, right? So that's it for USD JPY, USD CHF rather, for USD CHF, right? So for CAD, let's look at USD CAD. Let's look at USD CAD. So for USD CAD, looking at the charts technically, right? We actually missed out on a couple of movements. So we had this very long fall, right? This very long seller's rejection. It got to this support zone, right? It got to this support zone, and what price is actually doing is that it's retracing off that support. It's currently retracing of that support. So if you're on the chart early enough, you would have taken advantage of this sell and then this retracement, right? So price is actually currently struggling at around this point. It's struggling to break above this point, and if it's able to break above this point, right, most likely you'll be expecting a further push up. And my my indicator here is actually giving me this is my money flow index, right? My money flow index, MFI money flow index. It still also works as the way your stochastic and RSI works. Your money flow index gives you the level of volatility in the market, right? Gives you the level of volatility, money inflow in the market, right? And in what direction the money inflow is actually pushing to. Right? So my money inflow is giving me it's telling me that at this point in time, price has actually gotten to there've been a whole lot of sellers inflow into the market, but currently buyers are actually pushing up, right? Buyers are actually pushing the market upwards, and it might continue up until this point, right? It might continue up until this point, and we are seeing that playing out on the charts. Yeah, we're seeing that playing up onto this chart. So despite the fact that we are expecting a buy, right? Despite the fact that we are expecting a buy based on the inflow of buyers in the market at this point in time, you could see this, and you could see my bar around this point. You can see that there are a lot of buyers pressure at this point in the market. So despite the fact that I'm expecting a buy, right, I would want price to come to comfortably break above this point, because price struggled around this point. This place is to be a support zone. So once price is able to break above the support zone, I could go in for a clean buy up onto the next resistance at this point here, up onto the next resistance at this point. So I'd go in for a buy above, and I think it's most likely going to break it. There's still a lot of buyer pressure in the market now, right? I see a whole lot of buyer pressure in the market. So definitely I'd be going in for a buy if price is able to comfortably close above this point. So most likely you just wait for this candle to close. If this candle closes, then you go in for that buy at if it goes above. So currently price is my buy price is above that point. So just wait for price to break above that point. That point is at 1.36 343. 1.36343. Right. So I think still there's every possibility it's going to break it. Have the take profit at around 1.36530. 1.36530. So my preference for USD card is actually a buy. Technically, my preference is actually a buy. Right. So we've looked at USD IDX. Let's look at more serious instruments. Let's look at gold. Let's look at gold. Let's look at gold. So for gold, gold is actually having a little bit of retracement. If you see here, this is actually a very sweet one because you could see here you have your inverted hammer, your bullish confirmation candle, everything you need to take a buy trade. If this candle closes bullish, of course, I'll be riding in for a buy, at least to recover this loss. Right. So this is on a 15 minutes time frame. Let's look at it on a 5 minutes time frame. Yes, on a 5 minutes time frame, I still have from the current points where the price is up until where I intend to have my take profit. This is roughly around 14 pip, right? Yeah, it's still something, right? So if you're going in for an instant execution up until take profit 1923.49, you'll be having roughly around 14 people. So you could take that. It's not so much, but if you have a good lot size, right? Let's take, for example, you're doing a standard lot on gold, you should be making roughly around, if I'm not mistaken, roughly around, I think the pip value for gold on a 0.01 should be roughly around maybe 500. So roughly around 40K on a standard lot. So roughly around 40K on a standard lot times 14. If you remove spread on gold, at least you should have 10 pip, right? So that's 40 times 10, right? That's roughly around 400K on this particular trade. Looking at how small it is, but it's still very profitable if you have good this thing using a standard lot on it. So I'll be going in for an instant buy. Looking at it on a 5 minutes time frame also, you could see a clear bullish engulfing and everything is just in for a buy, right? Technically speaking. And then my RSI, my ADX is also, so on my ADX here, I have my EMA crossing is almost about to establish. So I'm having a golden cross. And then my RSI is telling me that price is pushing off an oversold region. So it's going into a buy, right? It pushed off it got to an oversold region and it's pushing off from that oversold point into a buy, at least up until this 70 before we can now say it has overbought, right? But a buy is in order on this particular instrument. You could jump in now and take your profit before that point at the top. If you've done that, just watch and then take out your profits at a very good amount, right? So let's look at oil. Okay, first and foremost, I'm going to take out this Bollinger Band. Okay, let's use the Bollinger Band strategy, right? The Bollinger Band strategy actually gives you a stretch, right? It's a pull push strategy. So whenever price stretches the band, there's every possibility the band comes back together again, right? So you are waiting for price to be rejected from the stretch of the band. It's just like a rubber band. Once you stretch the rubber band, it comes back together again. So definitely whenever price stretches the band brings price together again back to the middle band. So, and you can see that at this point here, the band is overstretched, right? The band is overstretched. And I want to be sure that price has gotten to a support point. So that's on a 5 minutes time frame. It's overstretched on the 5 minutes time frame. And because we're looking for very short entries, right? Because we're looking for very short entries and fast entries this morning due to the 230 trade. So what I want to do is I'd want to put a buy limit at this point. So my overstretched band is getting to this. So if I'm mixing my Bollinger Band and my support and resistance, so my overstretched band is heading to this support zone, right? My overstretched band is heading to this support zone. So I would set a trap by putting a buy limit at around this point here. So I'd have my buy limit before 90.11. I put my buy limit at 90.11 before 90.11. That would ensure that price triggers my buy limit. So it shouldn't be at 90.11 because 90.11 is your support point. So let it be before your support, right? So you could do that, or you could go in for an instant buy. It's two ways, because even if you're looking at your stochastic has gotten to an oversold region, right? Your stochastic has gotten to an oversold region. So most likely it's going to be pushing up from there. So if you're still looking out for a sell on this particular instrument, you most likely will be shooting yourself in the leg by the time price starts retracing off the band. You get. So technically, I'm looking in for a buy. A major, I mean, price has actually been buying for a long time, and you don't expect price to keep falling. At least you could trade it. It might be a minor retracement, but it's still going to be a buy, right? It might be a minor retracement, but it's still going to be a buy, right? So let's look at US 100. Let's look at US 100. For US 100, okay. So I think volatility on this thing has started, on indices has started. It's already 232. Volatility on so this, assuming we are on this chart a little earlier, we'll have taken a buy up from this point here, right? So our price has actually gotten to this resistance point. Okay. Can I take out my support and let me delete this indicator? Okay, perfect. So price has gotten to this support, this resistance point at the top. Okay, let's go to a 5 minutes time frame. Wow, this is a very, very long candle, right? So, and it has gotten to my overbought region. So what I'd advise you do is set a trap, use a sell limit instead, right? This is a good rejection point for price, right? Set your sell limit at this point, expecting that price gets to this point and get rejected back down. Because whenever there is a long candle like that, there's always a retracement. Most likely you get a retracement following it. So if you have your sell limit at that point, price will trigger your sell limit, and then as soon as that rejection holds water, it will start going down from there, right? So it will be safer for you to do that. Since you didn't key into that market opportunity, this buy opportunity in time, it will be safer for you to trade the retracement than going heads on a buy, right? That's what I would do. I mean, right? So you could see it here on my RSI. It has entered the overbought region. So if you still want to stick your neck out for a buy, you just might be shooting yourself in the leg. So what I'll do, I'll wait and play it safe, and then trade the retracement of this long candle. I mean, this is a very, very good opportunity for you to make money, just trading the retracement of price, right? So despite the fact that it's going up, I just would wait and trade the retracement of this particular candle. That way you will be safer, right? So I think that's should be playing out on US 2000 too. Okay, for US 2000, there's not so much of volatility on US 2000. Okay, I think it actually gave volatility. It came all the way down and then sharply went back up. Came all the way down and sharply went back up. So it will be very good for scalpers, right? It will be very good for scalpers. On this one, you have price still heading to my oversold, is still heading to 30 on my relative strength index, right? It's still heading to 30 on relative strength index. So you most likely would want to scalp in a sell, right? Speed and accuracy. If you're a scalper, you should know that speed and accuracy is the major goal, right? So what you'll be doing is scalp a sell from this resistance. Scalp a sell from this resistance. So once price hits your resistance, you're going for a sell from that resistance point or from the top. Of course, the best place to start selling is from the top point. So if you're very sharp, what you do is as soon as price hits your resistance at the top, you take a sell from that point. And once it pushes down, you close it. This is US 2000, very profitable and very volatile. So if you are taking a sell from that top point, by now you'll have closed your trade, entered another sell, and then you could do that multiple times. And within the few time that you have this volatility, you would have made something good from the market. So my preference on this thing, scalp more of a sell than a buy. Scalp more of a sell than a buy, and scalp yourself from the resistance, right? That would just be my major advice, because if you're looking for a position trade, you might not be able to catch this volatility with a position. So you need to be sharp and go for a scalping position. Bless me. So you need to be sharp and going for a scalping position. So let's look at D30. And that would round up the instrument I'll be looking at for today. So let's go to D30 on a 15 minutes time frame. D30, wow, this is I've actually not opened D30 chart for the whole of today, right? But there've been massive buy on D30. So if you had been on the chart today, I think I've been looking at just currency pairs today, and I was saying the market is quiet. Wow. So if you had been on D30 chart, you would have actually made quite a lot from this buy, but that buy is already coming to an end, right? That buy is coming to an end. It's finished. It's finito. That's all. That's all you might most likely get on the buy on D30. So at this point, I wouldn't be advising you to still go in for a further buy. Look at it on a 15 minutes time frame too. You could see this strong inverted hammer from your resistance point. So I most likely will be sticking out my neck for a sell, right? Looking at it, it has gotten to even on a 5 minutes time frame, on a 15 minutes time frame, it has gotten to my overbought region. So I'd most likely will be sticking out my neck for a sell, for a sell. So you might do this, put a sell limit at the top here before the resistance point, or you could just jump in for an instant sell order, right? And this is D30, very profitable. If you're a scalper, scalp more opportunities on sell than scalping a buy, right? Look for more opportunities and scalp from the resistance point, right? So if this candle that is forming now forms bearish, because we've had our inverted hammer, all we are waiting for is the confirmation sell candle. Once we get our confirmation sell candle, then you can go in for a long-time sell. But for now, if you're a scalper, you just wait for price to push to that resistance, then you hit a sell from there. As soon as it retraces of that resistance, you can close your trade. It's a very tactical trading pattern, right? As a scalper. So you wait for price to hit that resistance point, you take in your sell. As soon as it retraces of that resistance, you close your trade, right? So it's speed and accuracy. You need to be very fast. You need to have a good device, and you also need to have good network. And of course, reasonable lot size. Use meaningful lot size. You're not scalping this with small thing. You might not really make so much, right? So if you had already taken your sell, right, you should have been making something by now. But my preference on D30 is a sell, right? So that's all for the 230 trade. And watch your trades, take out your profit, and also share your testimonies with me and send me money for your recharge card. Have a wonderful day.